Okay, we are live. Cool. We're gonna see if we can get a few cool things done today. It's been hectic. It's been hectic. But we're at the point where we've got these guys running around doing stuff, right? We've got all sorts of fun stuff. And really at this point, I think we just have to figure out how to clean up the environment so it plays nice with pufferlib and a few other things, and we'll be able to train. That's what we're gonna start on today. All right. Let me take a look at how we left this thing. So right now we have two different versions of this environment. There's a Cython version and there's a native C version. And pretty much all we have to figure out is how to make the native C version play nice with Puffer. And we will be good to go there. Easiest way to do that should be to just start from here. Oh. Let's see what this does. Okay, we get some failed to open file stuff. That's fine. We just have to change this up so that we are loading. Right, we just have to change this up a little bit. I'm trying to think how we should go about doing this. This is definitely the thing to do today, though. Okay. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I know I just started this, but this is going to be a little bit of heavier work today, I think. So I'm gonna go put the kettle on for a cup of coffee, and then we're gonna dive into all the different stuff here. And I think that if I'm able to just buckle down and do this today, we should be able to have something training end to end on the C version of the MOBA, and then the project will just solve itself from there. I'm going to be right back. Give me 1 second. So let's do the easy parts of this first, and then we'll do the heavier portions that will require some actual engineering thinking in a bit. So all we'll do is I don't even think I need to do any of this, right? We just comment this. Client. Hi, Adam. Computer science major in my second year. Feel like I grasp some things well, but when it comes to coding mechanics or difficult technical stuff, I freeze up and can't solve a lot of issues without external help. You're overcomplicating things. I almost guarantee you're overcomplicating things. So one of the things that I see a lot of new programmers struggle with, and I did a lot as well for many years, is like you get taught all this like object-oriented like design, and you get taught all these like high-level things that require you to exercise like a lot of subjective judgment about like how to lay things out. They don't tell you that there's another option, which is to just not do any of that. So I will point you to the code for this project. I want you to just take a look at like here. I don't know if you've been following any of this stuff, but this is what we have right now. This is like a fairly substantial MOBA. It's ultra high performance engineered for reinforcement learning. It runs at like 1,000,000 steps per second. It's got a bunch of unique characters. It's like miniature version of Dota, right? Let's do this. I want you to see how simple the code is. Like, yeah, it's in pure C, but ignore that. Just look at how simple it's laid out and how simply it's designed. Let me find the code. It's one file as well. moba.h. Okay, like read through this. Let's see where I paste this. Yeah. So read through this and you'll see what I mean. Like, you'll see what I mean by like overcomplicating stuff. This is like, you don't have to think about like the right abstractions and the right way to do the stuff because there just aren't any. And aside from that, aside from like just not overcomplicating things and making your life harder than it needs to be, you need to just build some stuff of your own. That's the main thing. You just need to get out there and build some stuff. Side projects are mandatory. CS curriculum does not teach you how to build stuff. You need to be like doing, you know, your own side projects and things. Don't get too hung up with like, you know, fancy tech stacks and stuff either, right? This freaking overcomplicated JavaScript framework like that, you know, obnoxious desktop app framework, you don't need any of it. Keep it simple. I think my mic is picking up that horrible noise. I'm hoping that that will stop at some point soon. We've got a little bit of construction going on here. Let me see if I can just change the noise gate on this. I assume that it is coming through. Yeah, that's coming through. That's awful. Let me... Noise suppression. Hold on. What do I put on here so that this doesn't do this? Noise suppression. Noise gate. Oh, that solves it. You guys can tell me if that fixes it or if there's still background noise. OP does make sense, but when I actually sit down, try to get everything working, recoding, yes, exactly. That's the problem with OOP. Just stop. Like, you're making your life hard, right? I would just generally, like, and this is something I wish I'd caught on to a lot earlier. Like, it's not like OOP is just bad, or, you know, this way of doing things is bad. It's that the thing that's bad is trying to have a framework rather than trying to solve a problem. And like what I generally suggest is like try to solve the problem first and add structure only when you're absolutely sure that you need it. So the easiest way to do that is just simple procedural code, right? You just like write the thing from top to bottom in the simplest way possible. Let me see, can I crank that noise gate up? Because I know it's really obnoxious, all the stuff in the background. Let me see if I can fix that. Test. Test. Hammering. Okay. You guys can let me know if mic sounds good here. I'll have to talk a little bit louder, but I think it should filter out the hammering, at least when I'm not talking. And you're also free to just stick around and like see the way that I build stuff generally, right? I am very, very slow to add structure to stuff. The other thing that I will say that's controversial is like you probably want to avoid like heavily functional code as much as heavily object-oriented code. It's all like principle over practice. Where is this getting like messed up from somewhere here? Presumably I have to do something about rendering here, don't I? Tip to bed. Understand a lot of what you do, but coming here and chatting sounds like okay. Yeah, I mean you should not be scared of like doing new stuff, for sure. If second year like you've already done some stuff, for brand new programmers I tell them to not try to take on crazy ambitious projects because they'll get discouraged. But yeah, it's second year you should be able to do like some medium scope stuff. Get used to that. I will also tell you like use GPT and stuff for learning. I will tell you to avoid using GPT to think for you like the plague, though. Use it for docs. You can use it to like try to figure out, understand why bugs are happening and stuff. But like, we're just like, here, write this function that does this. I say avoid that like the plague because you won't learn anything. You can see that I do use autocomplete, but I use it for like single line stuff. I use it to save typing, not thinking. Speaking of thinking, stepping on your voice a bit too much. Okay, hold on. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. It's what can I say? This is just the week that I have all the maintenance going on. Let me see if I can fix that. How's that? Let me know if it's still clipping me. I'll try to just talk louder. So the thing I'm having to figure out here is I have this environment in C, and I have a binding for Python, but it's not properly fully configured yet, and I want to make this thing not... I want to not add a bunch of overhead, essentially, in the process of doing this binding. Let me see what it says is happening here. Okay, interesting. For some reason, this like vaults. What about here? Why does Raylib get initialized? Where does Raylib get initialized? I mean, I have all this saved, so I can literally just cut out all of this stuff, right? Because this whole client has been ported to C now. We have this exact same code, but faster. Maybe it's the import that loads it. Oh, it's also just possible that the binding is bad now, right? We have this binding here. Right. This is the tricky thing about having to integrate lower level stuff with Python. And this obnoxious binding layer, right? And this init MOBA function is not... The init MOBA function is probably not what we want. What are we doing? We're binding the C MOBA to the Python library so we can actually train directly on the C version of the code. That way we can have one-to-one the same training environment. So this will replace the Python code that we were using before for training, but we have to get a couple things right. And I'm realizing now that the way that I did this is not... The issue here is probably that... It's kind of an interesting little technical thing. So right here, this is how you create the environment in C. And you can see that I allocate a bunch of memory here, right? But the thing is, we don't necessarily want to allocate a bunch of memory because in the Python version, these are buffers that get passed in from Python. So, yeah. I'm trying to think how I would like to make this. Init MOBA. I mean, most of the code is going to be the same. Almost all the code, really. It's just the initialization of buffers. So I suppose here that I can just, like... If I just pass in the buffers as args, and I just set them to, like, null or whatever, right? But that's kind of gross. We'll do it like this for now, I guess. Words. Really bothers me, though. Guess it's going to be like reward star rewards. Float star rewards, norm rewards. What else gets allocated? The game map. That's kind of okay, right? The PID map here. That's kind of okay as well, isn't it? I think the AI paths here need to get... Yeah, the AI paths need to get They need to get set. The heck is the AI path buffer for? Oh, right. Yeah, that's rough. So this is what I did to make it run on web. We're gonna need like 2 versions of this init code, unfortunately. Do AI paths. If it's unsigned char star or whatever. There's just so much stuff that we allocate here. I almost want to just like do this right the first time. Yeah. This is tricky. MOBA. Didn't I do this with the snake environment? I thought I did this with the snake environment. How did I do it? Okay, so I made an init function and I made an allocate function, right? Oh yeah, that's way better. Yeah, that's way better. So the only thing that's slightly annoying is the amount of stuff in here. But we'll show you how we're gonna do this. Just copy. We're gonna copy most of this function. I think this is all the allocations, right? You can see how long this is. And then we'll make an allocate version. Which also returns you the MOBA, like this. But now this version here basically just does the allocations. I'm understanding more of the steps to port the game. Yeah. Yeah, that's the idea here. So the key portion here, right, is that when I dev this, I want to be able to run it as a C standalone, which means that you're running one of these environments at a time, and it's allocating all its own memory. But when you bind from Python, what's very nice is to be able to actually allocate the memory in Python and then pass it to your C code, because then you can do stuff like give it shared buffers, shared memory buffers. So your simulation is writing observations directly into shared memory. You can do all sorts of cool stuff. And the only thing that you have to do for that is you just have to have a version of your make function that says, here, use this memory as your buffers instead of allocating it yourself. So the allocate version is what's going to be called from C, and that's what's going to be, doing all these calcs, the Alex. And then there's an init function where if we're calling from Python, we'll just call the init and we'll pass all the buffers that we've allocated from Python. And what I was sort of hesitating there over for a little bit was just trying to figure out, nice ways of doing all that. Of course, the one thing that's really gross is that you do end up with these giant function signatures, but I haven't found a good way around that. Like, it's kind of dumb to make a struct MOBA args just to get around function signatures, right? And speaking of porting stuff, here's a little bit of incentive for people who are thinking about adding like making games and like porting stuff for Puffer. This exists now. We actually have a showcase site where we're gonna be adding a whole bunch of M's, including ones that have been contributed by people. We're gonna have all these things playable online now. Now you can just click around and like, yeah, here, I'm just playing the MOBA now, right? Or now I'm playing Snake, right? Really easy. Probably just put one of these in the background so people have some reference for what I'm doing here. Here, you know what? We'll kind of like thumbnail bait just a little bit. We'll go like this, and then I'll put us up here, and then I'll go like this behind my camera. Okay. I think I use this original grid thing, do I? I don't think I need it either. Right? Yeah, no, I don't need this. That's actually an efficiency optimization that I've made, is no longer needing to copy the whole map every time you reset the end. Okay, so these are allocated now. What about the map? I don't need to allocate the map itself here, do I? I think this can go inside of init. This can go inside of init. Get rid of this. Map width. Right, well, yeah, we'll just do like that. Don't need this. Don't need this. Oh wait, no, we do need this, right? Yeah, we need all this stuff. Actually, hold on. Do we need this PID stuff here? Yeah, we do. What am I talking about? Yeah, because if we're not... Okay, yeah, we do need this. And then we have these buffers here, where we can just leave this like so. These pre-compute versions. We need these. No, we shouldn't need these because... We shouldn't need these. 0 out scanned targets. This should go into... Yeah, this should go into the init. The observation maps get initialized here. All this stuff is valid. What about the RNG? 10 kilobytes. Do I care about 10 kilobytes? No, I don't. I don't need to pre-allocate this here, right? Okay. So this is all of the stuff that we want to have only be allocated if we're going to call the C version of the environment. So all these things are going to get passed in from Python if we're making the environment from Python, all these memory buffers. But if we're calling from C, we need to make them ourselves. Now what we do is we call init moba. We also don't need this one here. This should actually just be reward star rewards like this. Okay. You have all these things. Then they get passed in. Now we just go from top to bottom, right? So this is rewards, some rewards, PIDs, AI paths, paths buffer. Paths buffer thing is a little weird to think of it. How big is that? Kind of large. But we'll do it like that for now. Activation extra, action, entities. Perfect. So now we get to the actual signature, which is all this additional stuff. Init moba, return it. There you go. There's your allocation. And then all we do is we modify the signature up top. We do end up with a couple chunky signatures, but that's basically the only price of doing this. Which is I think that's a very reasonable price, right? See whether this got all the types right or not. Or whether I get burned for accepting the auto-gen. Probably I do. But now, the cool thing is going to be that we no longer have to do the alloc is just rewards. 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 It's to make sure that we're actually copying the right stuff. So norm rewards PIDs, then AI paths. Paths. Buffer like this. We don't need these reset things, these setters here. No longer care about these, right? We already have these. Leave these lines. We still 0. Now this is observations map. It's very simple. RNG still gets allocated. Yeah. So just like that, we now should have two different functions. Now, of course, we the one slightly obnoxious thing, right? When you do it this way, you have to do free MOBA, and then you have to do free allocated MOBA, right? Really, all this stuff goes into free allocated. See what's not actually allocated. So allocated. You have to just cut these things out. Map. Free MOBA. Need two different frees, unfortunately. One for if you would construct from C, and then one from if you construct from Python, because if you construct from Python, you're not going to free Python buffers from C. That should be fine for that. And now what I will do, nice trick. So we're doing this for the Python code, but I'm going to build it from C because I have faster compilation and better debugging here for C. So I can get the initial errors out from here. I don't know what this first one is. Why does it not like this? Oh, I just have a typo. Hi, Joseph. I from Discord having issues with Puffer. You're working on MOBA. Oh, that's fine. No. You're allowed to ask random stuff on stream. That's kind of the point, right? Is that it doubles as support. Were you asking about? Were you the one asking about DMC by any chance? Part of the point of streaming in the first place is to help all the Puffer users. Okay, this now builds. I am amazed that this actually appears to work on the first try. We leaked a lot of memory though, didn't we? Because this needs to be free allocated MOBA. Perfect. These memory leaks are internal system stuff. This is the normal. So we're good. Now we can work on this binding. Let me go get that guy back. I think he just like open stream typed that and closed stream. Oh no, he's here. Cool. I think YouTube ate one of your messages. Here. Let me you can type stuff in the Discord, it won't censor you, and I'll respond live. That's usually the easiest. If you want lower latency as well, it's JSuarez5341 on Twitch. Twitch streams with lower delay. If that's easier. Either way, I'll help. Namespace, no attribute batch rows. Yeah. Well, I'll reply live here, right? Because I can give you a better response than just via typing, because I can try stuff out live for you. But like, if you just type, there won't be a delay. And you won't get censored by the YouTube chat. But yeah, leave stream open. I'll put this, okay, here, I see. Okay, so you're trying the SB3. Okay, but you weren't just trying SB3. Let me see. Well, that's not good now, is it? Looks like I made some bug here. Hold on. Was this what you got, or did you get a different error? Different error? Okay, let me get to this to see if we... Well, this is training now. Are you on the master branch or dev? Put this on the side. Are you on master or dev? Other questions? Yeah, I'll answer everything you got here. This is the point of me doing this stuff live. Master, I think? Okay. Let me think how to do this. Let me just make sure I commit stuff. I'm gonna make a different clone of Puffer so I don't have to mess with branch stuff. Hold on. Main should be stable. So if you're having errors on main that don't involve a dev feature, then I will fix them. Right? If the error is like, yeah, it's just the feature's not there yet, then I don't fix that on main. But if like something standard doesn't work on main, it should. Okay, so training works on main single core. If it works multi-core. Okay, so training does seem to work Did you try the CleanRL one, or do you really want to use the SB3 one? Because I'll help you if you want to use the SB3 backend, but I am warning you that like typically our vanilla demos, like our demos are dramatically faster than stable baselines 3. I'll help you with it. I'll help you get SB3 working though if you prefer. I mean, we say that we have the integration, so. CleanRL works. SB3, used to it if you recommend. Yeah, I highly, highly recommend. So for context here, Puffer is incredibly easy to use with vanilla CleanRL if you just want like our environments and our vectorization. It's out of the box. It'll work. If you want even faster with more logging and like hyperparameter tuning and stuff, that's what our demo file is for. Because our demo file is built on top of CleanRL, and it has a whole bunch of additional optimizations and stuff. So you're free to use either of those. I have a lot of these things they're tuned, so like the demo works out of the box with that, at least with like our default backend. Right now, I can looking at that error that you see that I see right there. I can tell you that the issue is that you have to like for SB3, you would have to make a custom policy, and you would have to call like pufferlib.nativize or whatever on the observations, because what Puffer does is when you have fancy observation spaces, it packs them into flat data buffers, because essentially like SB3 and other frameworks will screw up you give them structured data. So anything that is structured data, we just give to you flat, and then you can unpack yourself with that function. But you know, with SB3, that means that you have to have like the custom forward function in order to do that. But the plus side is it means that you can use, you know, NetHack, you can use Neural MMO, you can use all sorts of fancy environments with just about anything. Hold on. The WASM model is meant for learning or just inference? The WASM model is for inference. It loads trained networks from PyTorch, and then it does inference in pure C. And you can see that demoed online as well. It's on puffer.gg right now, though we have to retrain our models. I'll get deep into CleanRL anyways. My other question is following. Check out the C code, by the way. It's really like, it's like 100 lines for all the common layers that you would need. And then there are a couple hundred lines of convenience bindings. But it's very nice. When I pulled the puffer lib, I ran just like you did, yeah? Oh yeah, you had issues with resuming, right? Restart the train. Let me see about that. I haven't messed with resuming recently, because frankly, puffer is so fast that like the thing just trains instantly anyways. Is the domain one-time pay? It's got a renewal thing, but it was cheap. What do you mean, is it one time? Like, it was cheap. It was really funny because some assholes tried to sell me puffer.io for 15 grand. So then I went and I bought Puffer AI and Puffer GG for like a few $100. Try-load, yeah. So try-load checkpoint, that is a legitimate bug. Let me fix that for you right now. Because I was just told this the other day that apparently we're not using this correctly. Yeah, you're right. It's not actually called anywhere because it was like I broke this feature at some point. Nobody's asked me about it until just now, but let's fix that for you. X by D. Okay, so it passes args.x by D here. Then it's called in train, I assume. It's called in train. This already got a X by D generated somewhere. I see. So this thing just doesn't have a good way of telling if you want to resume at the moment, I think was the issue. About this. I think I have to like return whether you're resuming from here. Like the obnoxious. If this is none. So basically I have the function to resume. It's just like when I redid the config system, apparently I messed with the way things are done there. I'm in the right branch, right? I hope. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, I am in the right branch. Okay. Yeah, okay. See if I go into train. See if we get get this one. Okay, args resume is false. Args resume is true. And right there is where we're going to use this. Try load checkpoint. If args dot resume by No checkpoint I found, just assuming no experiment. Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll just do track, run an experiment for a minute, and then I'll see if I can load from it. For what it's worth, CleanRL, like vanilla CleanRL, does not have checkpointing by default. We had to add this. You can see though that this is currently running at 10k steps per second on my like really old desktop. It should be much faster than that, in fact, if you tune like batch sizes and stuff. I remember we can run the environment itself at like 200k. Good desktop. I mean, but regardless, 2 minutes for your million step experiment. Funny enough, as this is mini grid, right? Really simple end. Our MOBA, this training would take like less than 2 seconds. I think our batch size is bigger than 1 million. You can see the task is being solved there. Episode return. Actually, if an academic lab really wants it, I will probably just end up redoing Minigrid in Puffer relatively soon. So you guys can have like a ultra high performance version of Minigrid. That sound good? Would people like care about that? Because if people actually use it and like will care about it, I will do that. It'll only take me a few days at most. I already have like a grid engine. All I need to do is add like the keys and doors and stuff and maybe some graphics. No attribute uncompiled. Mini grid changes like scenarios randomly, or they're predefined scenarios. We could do it so that they change randomly. I mean, we can pretty much do anything we want at this point in the environment sim space. Like, with the stuff I've built now, we've gone so far beyond the typical like toy envs that are used in RL that it's essentially trivial to implement any of the existing little grid envs at 1,000 times faster than they are currently. That's just solved. Takes me a few days to write the code for anything specific, but that's basically it. This got renamed at some point. Fuck. They're not a load that map location. Oh, there's no map device. That's weird. See if that does something weird. string. Okay. Torch.load. Do is oh wait, this is model path. There's something weird that I was doing here. Let me see what it is. Model path 8. Load. I forget why I did it this way. It's been a while since I wrote this. WASM needs to seriously like fix this thing where they spam the console. Fix this. Okay, I see. I just have two different model paths. This is fine. This is correct. State dict to dict like. Yep. WASM needs to not spam console. Uh, but this should be loading. This should be starting from 1,000,000, right? What we'd expect. Didn't need this dash track either. Works, I think. Well, it didn't say it said it didn't say starting from 1,000,000, right? Oh, episode. Yeah, but it should give you the correct numbers. We don't write no mediocre code around here, right? This should, So the resume state here needs to get applied correctly. Just do. There. I think that's all we need. It started out higher there. 90. I don't know how frequently the default saves. But like, let's say that I kill it here. It's not saving the model. We'll let it finish training, because then it'll definitely save the model. But as you say, it's definitely loading the policy. It's just I want to make sure that you have your correct numeric stats. Want to make sure that we have you set up before I go back to the MOBA code. And then if you have any more issues with this, please do report them. Like, this is a two-way street, right? I'm happy to help with stuff, but also I need the user reports in order to know what to fix. Like, because that's the easiest way for me to improve Puffer, right? If people tell me, hey, this doesn't work, then that's a lot easier than me just, like, looking around blindly for things that don't work. Dev moves very fast. That means I occasionally break things, like this. Because this was a working feature before. One last thing? Yeah, no worries. See what this does. I don't like that it's not, why is it not saving more stuff? The trainer state should have gotten updated. Go ahead and ask, though. I'll start thinking about it while I fix this. Okay, interestingly, this doesn't seem to be updated. One popular create a Python file creating blocks of code. Okay, I will check on that in a second, because that should definitely work. Maybe, well, unless there's like something missing at the top, but I will check on that in a second. Let me figure out why this state isn't getting updated for you first. Oh, this is gross. Model path, save. This should go here, right? Yeah, it should save even when you're not doing 1B. Try it like this. I'll rerun this. See. Like this should work. But yeah, that looks like I might have messed with a wrapper since I wrote these. These tutorials are so obnoxious to like because they get stuff gets outdated and stuff. And I only know that they're like outdated when people say, "Hey, you know, automated tests would fix this," but then I have to maintain automated tests, right? And at this scale, it's way easier to just fix things like this for people. Okay. Now, if I run this again, the intended thing is it actually should refuse to train. Still not saving, really. Why is it still not saving? Oh, I shouldn't even have to... I see why this was here, right? Because it's supposed to be... It's supposed to be like this. But it's not actually giving me this checkpoint message. Trying to know where to start, and it kind of scared me. Yeah, no, this should be much easier. And this is why I provide support, right? Because like I am one person, and I'm usually quite busy developing all sorts of new stuff, right? Occasionally, I will like make little tweaks to things, and I'll not realize that I've broken like some demo somewhere. But I think that generally, like if you start playing around with Puffer, and this, you know, the other users can attest to this, you'll find that like things generally are much easier to have working, and like when things do break, it is way easier to fix stuff than in any other library. Because I don't have like giant stacks and stacks and stacks of like abstracted black box code. It's very, very simple, the implementation of stuff. Like you can actually read the entire Pufferlib stack end to end in a couple of hours and have a good understanding of exactly how Puffer's doing everything. Which is not, you can't say that for any other library other than like CleanRL, which is, well, CleanRL doesn't do the lower level infra, right? It just does the train loop. But like you can go through the whole lower level infra Puffer in like a couple of hours. It's only a couple thousand lines of code. Ah, so it doesn't save over here. I can get rid of this check. I don't think it's needed. Yeah. Should not be needed. Right here. Alright, third time's a charm. That looks to me like I messed with one of the wrappers and broke something, most likely. We'll see. Make sure that this works for you first. I need puffer lib stack visualized in my mind. Well, I have a white paper. I have the stuff on the website. I have a 26-minute video going through the entire RL stack. And I have an hour-and-a-half video of me reading the archive paper and giving all my thoughts on it. So I have content out there for you, right? I do have content for this. I watched it all. Well, thank you. I'm glad to see people actually like getting engaged with engaging with the library and using stuff. And like, it's worth making the content, right? If people actually use it, watch it and learn from it. Let me know if there's other stuff that would be useful to have that's like, decently feasible to make. Just need to put the hours in. Yeah, it's probably like a good 4 hours or so to like understand everything, but that's more than you even need to start using it, right? That's like 4 hours to understand the entire architecture of a library and also like my plans on exactly what I'm doing with the whole future of RL should be pretty good. Okay, so this is actually the correct, this is the intended behavior here because it should refuse to train because it's done with the training steps. So if I just open real quick, config YAML, where is it? Config YAML. And I just increase this to 2 mil. You can see now it'll keep training, right? So I fixed it for you. I'm going to push this. Really liked the section on academia, finishing PhD and can't talk about this. Yeah, I know your pain. I went through, there was much suffering, and none of it was my advisor's fault. My advisor was great, but like, if you want to have a fun time, I should show I should post the Pufferlib paper reviews. Like, this is like a 1,000-star, insanely fast-growing project with full-time support, and I got one of the reviewers said that it would be damaging to the credibility of NeurIPS as a venue to publish Pufferlib. How's that as a thank you for doing free full-time open source work for the community, right? Fucking assholes. Like, what? It's going to be real damaging to the credibility of NeurIPS as a conference when like Puffer gets even bigger and this review is on our homepage. It's like, well, I am that petty. I will put it on the front page after the deadline for stuff. All right, I'm going to push this to main, but you're gonna have to make me a deal, okay? I'm gonna push this to main. I have not tested all the M's and stuff. So if you get any weird bugs with loading, or you get any weird training bugs that mean I probably broke something else really important by pushing this to main for you, you have to tell me. That's the deal, okay? Can we agree to that? I'll push this to main right now if you agree. Okay, got a deal. There you go. There's your fix. Hey, Nathan. Welcome. I've been looking for you, you know. I got some incentive for you to do some environment work. Puffer.gg. Your environment here. Click, play, click, play, loads instantly, runs neural nets in browser, now capable of running ConvNet LSTM policies in browser too. You can do all this. Let me just make sure that that wasn't a problem. Hold on. I'll be back in 1 minute, guys. All right. Hey, folks. Trying to understand Puffer right now, so I'll get to anything that's broken. Perfect. And I can also remove this noise filter now and talk normally, because the maintenance for the day is done. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Perfect. If those are the questions for now, then I'll get back to the MOBA stuff for the time being. Ping me on the YouTube chat or whatever if I miss stuff, but I'll try to put this window up here. Alright. Okay, let me remember what the heck we were doing here. Right, we were fixing the Python bindings. So... it's going to have to rebuild all the Python stuff. What we were doing now is we were taking the C implementation of the MOBA environment, and we were adding a code pathway to bind it to the Python hooks for Puffer, so that we can train directly on the C version of the environment. And then once we retrain correctly, we will we will be able to take the new policies and put them directly onto the C version of the MOBA, and then it'll be trained and evaluated in the same version of the environment, so it won't get stuck on walls and do weird things like is happening now. I have a quick question? Yeah, no worries. Okay, I did not miss a Discord thing. Sure. Speaking of which, if you're in a lab that does a bunch of RL, like, we do provide extended support for free to academic labs. So, that's a thing. I understand that the Python M's are much faster and that it's easier to build one with all that you've done, as you mentioned with rebuilding Minigrid. Yeah. I assume the question is coming next. I plan to use Puffer with an environment using Unreal for RL in games. Sure. You can do that. Gymnasium environment using Puffer's Gymnasium wrapper. Yep, that's fine. Do you recommend something else? I mean, there really isn't. There really aren't great tools outside of that, as far as I'm aware, not open sourced at least. So, yeah, if the easiest way is going to be to just have something that exports state, right? If you can get the game to, if you can run the game headless and get it to export local state into like a reasonable observation space, right? And then just like, ideally for train time, if you can just like cut down on any portions of the game computation that are really slow but are completely irrelevant to training, right? You know, maybe you have just like some extra stuff for visuals or whatever, some pre-computation or like some non-pre-computed visual stuff. Like anything you can cut down to make the environment really fast is going to be helpful to you. But yeah, you can just use Puffer's Gymnasium wrapper for sure. Like we have this advanced API that I use for the C environments, but that's only relevant when your environment gets to be really, really fast. If you're not running it at like, you know, well into the tens of thousands of steps per second, you can just use the Gymnasium wrapper and there's going to be zero noticeable overhead. That's what it is there for. Right, that is what it is there for. Hold on. Let me just double check. Okay, so yeah, this is still academic work. You're good. Continued discovery of Puffer tomorrow? Sure. Thanks for dropping by. Seg fault. Alright, let's see why this thing will seg faults. Probably wrong dimensions of something. Oh wow, we got a lot of YouTube folks. Welcome everyone. Why is this thing seg faulting? Doesn't seg fault when we run it in pure C. Well, this function is totally wrong. Oh, that's so gross. It just seg faults if you have the function with the wrong definition, I guess. Instead of giving you a reasonable error message. That's disgusting. No, the C is fine, the Python is fine. It's the bindings when you go between the two of them that's really obnoxious. Every time. Every time. But I think all I have to do is grab this function signature, which we've tested in C. And now this has to go here, right? So now we have our full signature. And then we have to make sure that we're matching this is all. So really, this should not segfault. Maybe it just segfaulted because I didn't define the prototype correctly. I see, the way that these are being assigned is not good either. Now that I'm looking at this here. Yeah, I think that we need to like do this like one line. Huh? That's not bad. Data. And then we don't need any of this anymore. And this is just self.end. So that's actually much nicer. Like, yeah, the signatures are gross, but you can clearly see this is just like passing a bunch of data to the underlying init. That should not have compiled that quickly. I can only assume it's not compiling the correct stuff. Ah, right here. And then it just needs AI path buffer. This was something that we added. Really shouldn't need this technically. We'll add it just in case, I guess. Really shouldn't be necessary though. So this is good. And then we have to pass this to the init. So see. Okay, and can't include raylib.h. Right. I remember this being a pain. Oops. Do I have to just set this in LD library path? And that's really obnoxious that it can't find the raylib code. I thought I'd messed with this before and I'd found a good way around this, didn't I? When I was doing like the sea snake stuff. How'd I do this? Or did I not? Include dirs here. Hang on, maybe I can add it to here. Can I do like raylib? Can I do that? Ooh, that works. Interesting. It says that it finds it. Does it need to have a... Is there an additional... There might be an additional include. Let's look at setup pi. Library dirs. What if I do this? Still no? Well, it didn't trigger a rebuild, right? It's just copying, though. Let's see if this actually... Yeah, this rebuilds. Do I see... iRaylib? Okay, I see the include here, right? Yeah, I see the include. But I don't see /lib. Wait. There should be a /lib here. Oh, wait. Maybe this is the one that needs the runtime. Okay, hold on. I have an idea. Yeah, so this one needs LD library path equal raylib lib, right? Still no? Could have sworn that would work. It's got to be some way of building this. And now ChatGPT. ChatGPT time. I don't freaking know. Maybe this will have a summary of docs. Okay, see. See. Include. Yeah, so library dirs is what I expected. Maybe you need this libraries flag. Does that do anything? Kinda weird that you would. But sure, why not? We'll try it. Each element in libraries must be a two-tuple. What? Huh? It just said, like, yeah, this error shouldn't be there. Okay, so they're just like, there are a bunch of annoying flags apparently here. Each element of library should be a two-tuple. Okay, set up.py docs. Wow, look at this. This sample project doesn't include all of the stuff that you would actually need. This is not it. Extension modules. Include DIRs. Oh, I guess it's, no, I have it correct. What the hell is this? This is, like, not the same as the docs. I mean, this extra compiles arg thing doesn't exist, right? Library DIRs. Unknown distribution option. This is an option in extensions. I see. So this is not... Do I really need to use this extensions thing? Everything gets dicier if I have to use the official the extension thing, because it starts moving your build files to dumb places. Maybe it's in Cythonize? Where's the docs for this function? Why are there no docs for... So this is what we want here. I guess we have to do it this way. But it's very obnoxious because I'll show you what happens. I do not know why it does. Libraries. Literally, like, why don't they have docs for this stuff? Like, why is it so hard to find the docs for extensions? Docs. Okay, here it is. Name. Not a file name, but a Python dotted name. Okay. And then it says that we don't need... It says we can't use this, right? It's fine. Ooh. Error opening file. No such file or directory, but we actually got somewhere. Now it's segfaults. So is this now, is this a path error? Is this going to be a path error here? Don't we load stuff here? I guess these are like, these paths are done properly, maybe? Maybe we have the reset args wrong? No, the reset looks good. I mean, there are only so many places it can go wrong, right? We can just go like this. It would be really nice, actually, if we could compile... Hold on. Instead of doing this jank stuff here, right? I have one idea. Is there a way to pass compile flags? Oh, wait, but it compiles with GCC. It looks like we can do it. Extra compile arcs, right? What if we do it like this? Dash F sanitize address. Does this actually tell us now where seg bolts are? That would be nice. Why is this taking so long? Oh, geez, because it's going to run the address sanitizer on... It's going to run the address sanitizer on the Python file, right? That's not what we want. Oh, it did build. I think it did build. So let's see if it at least does something for us now. What? It's obnoxious. Python. Let's see if anybody's done this. Oh yeah, literally, here's our exact thing. Let's see. So this is it. They have extra link args. Okay. Well, maybe they have extra link args. Let's see if this is real. And let's see if it's actually going to take forever to compile still. Because that's really obnoxious. I mean, what's the alternative to this, though, right? It's obnoxious how much code Python generates. I don't know. Shared Levisan. I think we might not need this one. I think they said that you just need F shared address, maybe. These compile times are just god-awful, though. I mean, at least I do all the debugging for the most part in C. At least maybe this will actually give me something. As soon as we fix this compilation stuff, I'm sure that the actual like Python binding is going to be very, very simple. Not this. Where'd the other one go? This is compile time. Jeez. Is there no simpler way to do this? If I just do this. If I just do this, does it do it? I doubt it. Yeah. Oh, I have to do export. Oh. That does something? Oh, and that actually did something. Oh, the leaks are in the frickin' allocator itself. What the heck? Yeah, no, this is trying to run it on the entire program. Let's not do this. Let's just not do this. Unfortunately, this is like too slow and too clunky to deal with doing it this way. We'll just do normal build. And we'll do some prints. Sadly, that's going to be the easiest way of doing it with how obnoxious the buffer bindings or the Python bindings are. And we'll just go to reset here and we'll just add some printouts. Okay, perfect. So we get resetting towers, and then it fails in resetting towers. Interesting. So what do we pass for entities? We do pass entities, right? Do we pass these in the in this order though? Maybe we don't pass the buffers in the right order. Grid, AI paths, AI path buffer. PIDs, entities. Entity data. OBS. Map. Extra. Word summer, words norm. Actions. That looks good to me. So why would this be the case? Let's see if we can find anything. $200 by 206. Yeah, that's correct. Just put some more prints. Essentially, what I think is happening here is one of the variables is not the size that I think it is. Okay, address. And then grid here is not good, right? The grid is not good. Yes, this is what happens. And then the address here is 14 3070. That's a valid address. Tower. Line. Oh yeah, that's fine. So this is correct. And then the issue looks like it's with the map grid. So why would there be an issue with the map grid? Let us see. The map grid gets read from file. I bet you the path is wrong. Right? I'm gonna hard code the path for now just to see, to confirm. And actually, you know what? The easiest way to do this is to just if is there an exit? There's no exit like this in C, is there? Turn 1. Right? No. Program. Is there an exit thing? Oh, there is an exit. There is an exit function. Exit 1. Failed to load game map. And we actually have error opening file. Kind of silly how that happens. That's gross. Yeah, that's gross. It's 16,000 characters. How much is that? That's a lot, right? Yeah, that would be 200 lines. I don't want to just paste that into the file. But like, don't I? Imagine that I just pasted all that data into the file. And then I never have to worry about this path issue. I think what we'll do is for now we'll just put the absolute path or whatever. But the thing is, like, I know it's going to mess up. I know this is going to mess stuff up. Wait, you can just hash include it, right? Not doing this. XXD. That's funny. Oh, that's so funny. This is a thing? Look at that. That's freaking hilarious. Yeah, look at that. That's so funny. Game. That's really so funny. Let's see, do you think this actually works? That's like kind of hilarious if you think about it. You just convert the map data like this. I mean, on a scale of stupid to very stupid, I think that this is only like somewhat stupid. And in fact, what we'll probably do is we'll take all these constants that are at the top and we'll like figure out how to get them into one file eventually. This is I just have to specify the extra source file, right? Presumably. Really? Still no? Need to add it to sources, maybe? Is it game data NP or NumPy? Sure I'm not being dumb. Just gamemap.h, I'm just being dumb, right? Gamemap.h like this. Oh, that just works. I don't need to do anything. Look at that. Works now. Oops. So now we can get rid of all these garbage prints, right? Whew. It's kind of funny just to include the constants or whatever. Randomized tower HP. Do I need to call this? Hold on. Yeah, so I do need to call this, I believe. So all I have to do, this is easy though. This is what Python is for. This is very, very easy. All I have to do is add the signature of the exposed method here. Like this. And then I should be able to use this method from Python. Do I have to? I think I have to define it here as well, technically, right? Maybe not. I might just be able to do this. Let me see. I might have to add like a little... Yeah, I might have to add a little binding here. So, because it's here. The reason I have to do this is just because it's the object-oriented API, which, frankly, there's absolutely no reason to need. It's just that, like, Python programmers... I don't know. Objects are dumb. Not really, though. It's doing stuff. Let's see what happens if I have it set to one end instead of having 200 freaking environments. Probably that's like driving it nuts. There we go. Puffer mode but has no attribute render mode. Okay. You know what? Attribute. Okay, there's no render. I guess I didn't add render. So I have to add the client here then, don't I? I think I have to add the client. And we'll have to add the client. Map renderer. Game renderer. Just do like this. This is C-type def. Then we need init game renderer. We will need render game. And we also need the free. Yep, this one. Plus game renderer. Yeah. And now all I have to do is we add game renderer. Well, to this environment, really. We just add vdef game renderer, right? And then on init here, we do self.render equals none, or null, I should say. And then when we do render, reset step, def render, don't need this upscale. We do if render is null, then we init it, we render. Render game, self.env, frame. Frame. Mildly awkward, but let's see if this gets us something. Okay, cannot convert return self.renderer. Well, we don't need this. Shader, not a type identify. Ugh. We just have to do. Well, actually, do I not? I only need. Literally, I only need the prototype, don't I? Hold on. I think it's the case that if you just, I think you can just literally do it like this. Because the thing is, like, I don't need to know, it doesn't need to know what that renderer has. Right? Because I'm not actually, like, making a game renderer in here. Yeah. Oh, render mode. Perfect. I saw it. It popped up on my other screen. Hold on. Hi. Okay, this is interesting. Oh, but this is out of bounds stuff. Okay. So apparently the observations have some weird data in them. So we'll have to fix that. You know, we have a couple little bugs to fix still. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to take a few minutes here. I got to make myself a shake and do a couple of things. I'll be right back. And then we'll have like a good solid 3 hours in which to try to get this thing to work. And we'll see how fast it is as well. I'm curious to see if it's fast already or if I'm going to have to do similar optimizations as I did before. So I'll be right back. Okay. Oof. Okay. So, why is there garbage data in observations? Why is there garbage data? Let's see. So, let me also double check this Slack thing. Whoops. Let me just check this real quick. Messages. All right. GPU drive folks were like, it's, 3 years on one sim as well. 7 on neural MMO. Jesus. 7 on one sim. This shouldn't be that bad, right? Yeah, I mean, all we got to do here is see if it sets the data at any point to something stupid, right? Which, like... Oh, which is right here, right? This can't be -1. Do we zero this somewhere? Yeah, we zero this at the top. So all I gotta do is move this, right? Because you don't want the -1. That'll just be 0, right? And the player empty is 0, right? Oops. Also, is this even putting the right thing into the obs? It isn't, right? Yeah, it's gotta be map grid of address. This was correct to begin with. But... Oh, wait, no. Map grid adder. Yeah, because this should be this way, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Well, no, wait, when... It should have been fine to begin with, right? Maybe we just do this? It is rendering on the side screen, though. It's just, it's not rendering for long enough for me to show you all yet. Okay. So here, we get CUDA assert. And we didn't trigger the environment. We didn't trigger the environment print, which is weird, right? So, I don't know, let's just go look at the data maybe. Torch. And then one hot. If CNN features 0.max breakpoint here. Oops. Okay. There's some 255s in here. Oh, there's a bunch of garbage in here. Look at that. Presumably these are player IDs or something, right? Empty. Valid position. Grid ID, radiant dire. So I don't see any way that this should be able to be garbage data. Let me see if it even makes sense. So we get 0 and 1. And then, yeah, on the reset, we're not going to see towers or creeps or anything like this. We get 6. I don't know why 7 isn't here. 8, 10, 15, and then 34 randomly. Why would it be like 34? What if we do like this? This is reasonable, right? You can actually see, kind of, right, that this is the centered agent. And here's some other agents. It's got its carry here. It sees its teammates, right? 1. This one sees garbage. Why does this one see garbage? Two. Again, this one is now. This is correct, right? Well, hang on. Is this correct? I don't see a centered agent on here. Garbage. Or definitely something weird. Is there like a sign issue or something dumb? Unsigned char, star observations map. Unsigned char, star observations map, right? UN 8. And then what's the num-ems. Let's see what happens in the reset here. One by 10 by 11 by 11 by 4, and it's all 0. That looks correct to me. I mean, could it be in the wrong order? Is this like a wrong order thing, maybe? Don't think so. It's also very weird to me that, like, you don't ever see the data being written in. Oh, wait, hold on. dx plus viz. Oh, no, this is good, isn't it? Eleven by 11 by 4. Observations map. This could also be a memory thing, which we'd be able to check for in pure C. I'm trying to think like what this would even be. Okay, wait, hold on a second. I have an idea. I have an idea. If I do this, is it still broken? Because this is the only other place I'm setting map data. Yeah, still getting all this garbage. Wait, did I recompile? I don't think I recompiled, did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. So that doesn't help. Okay. What if I don't set anything? Right? Well, this definitely changes the data. But there's a bunch of garbage in here, and I'm not even setting it, right? Oh, wait, hold on. If this is what I think it is, I'm going to be really quite irritable. I'm going to be very, very irritable. And I think we're all going to learn something. We're going to all learn something very silly. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong here, though, I have no idea what the hell it would be. Yep, that fixes her. So, God. How do I even explain what this mess is? So, maybe I should just go to the file and show you. Okay, so... where the hell's the data? Okay, so right here is the problem. I didn't even know that this was remotely possible, for what it's worth. So what appears to be happening here, right, is that I split this data along the last axis here. So basically I split the data along columns, and then I passed these pointers separately into the environment. The issue with doing that, though, is that those are actually not contiguous chunks of memory. So when you give it the pointer to the map, there's like some data in the first row, but then it's not contiguous, and then you write into the next data. So by setting the extra data, I was overflowing into the map data, which is very silly. Very silly. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, very difficult to avoid properly. How do you avoid that? I mean, I guess technically, like... I'm going to have to make this just be flat buffer data, right? That's irritating. Alright, I know how to do it. It's going to be obnoxious, though, so I'm going to take a quick second. Check a couple things, finish the shake, and then we'll get into that. Really cool to see the amount of support on this. Very cool to see. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to allocate just one observation tensor, and we're not going to be allowed to slice it. We're going to just have to pass that big block of contiguous memory into C, and then we're going to have to manage it ourselves. Obnoxious, very, but I mean, the cool thing with this means that our simulation, when we run this distributed, the C code, it's going to literally, from C, it's going to be writing data, observation data, directly into big shared memory buffers. So like you instantly have access to data from all the different simulators on the main process, which is very, very cool. It's also something that is completely impossible if a simulator has not been designed with that in mind, at least to some extent. Like, you need to have the output buffer be an argument to the program, essentially. Okay. 5 p.m. I've got 2.5 hours to get this done. This and several other things. Well, this is what we're going to do. Self.buff.observations. Goodbye. This is now just observations. Prettify this a little bit. Yeah, there we go. We have to change the signature as well. This is the one downside of having, these bindings look like this. You do get these, at least, I mean, I can't even really say that this is like a downside of the binding as much as just like, this is a very fancy environment that has a lot of different types of fancy data in it. Probably by the end of this, we're going to discover that some of these are redundant. We'll be able to pare it down at least a little bit. But for now, we do our little bit of formatting here and there. Yeah. So we got rid of the obs. Now here, this is just observations.data. We no longer need this. And we are going to now be fully responsible for managing this giant, obnoxious block of contiguous memory. Which, now that I'm thinking of it, is going to be even less fun than I originally anticipated. Oh joy. Yeah, that's going to be even less fun than I originally anticipated. That's okay, though. We'll do what we have to do. So, here, we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful. It is actually going to look a little simpler when we're done. It's just going to hurt my brain a little bit. It's PIDs. And now right here, I think how we can do this, which will be a little bit nicer maybe. We can do unsigned char. This will be 11 times 11 times 4 plus 26. So now we get a 2D array with this nice view. And then we can do obs map, right, is going to be equal you have to cut this dimension off though. Patience hid. So what I'm doing here is I'm grabbing the first bytes of the current row of the array, and I'm going to put them into this obs map, and then obs extra here this one doesn't need to be multidimensional because it's a flat buffer like this. This is just and observations of 11 times 11 times 4. And I think that this will allow us to do, I mean, we're going to have to figure out the syntax here, but I'm pretty sure that with this, we can leave everything else exactly the way it was, and it'll work. Of course, in order to confirm this now, I'm going to have to mess with the moba.c code, which is a bit obnoxious. And also now we have to do some data splitting bullshit, I think. Which will make our C forward pass slightly slower. Not really, actually. Not really at all. I think it'll be about the same speed. Oh yeah, look, so we have this net obs 2D. This is totally fine. Here, this is going to be observations. Star actions. Okay. I think literally all I have to do is add 26 to this. We're gonna get rid of all these magic numbers at some point, obviously. But I think in the meantime, literally all I have to do is add 26 to this. Yeah. B times 26. What the heck? B times 26. How did I get this? Oh, because it's env obs 1D, which no longer exists. So this is observations. We'll have to do a little bit more indexing. And now this is B offset. Plus 11 times 11 times 4 plus I. I'm fairly confident that's correct. Not positive, but fairly confident. And actually, in some ways, this simplifies the code. It makes the indexing slightly more obnoxious. Makes the indexing slightly more obnoxious. But that's okay. It does actually reduce some code. What the heck? Invalid decimal lit... what? Did I corrupt my build file somehow? Oh, I'm dumb. There. Okay. Then we have to go fix some basic bugs. This is env observations, not observations map. Undeclared. Subscripted value is not an array, pointer, or vector. Yeah, because I no longer need the PID, right? I'm doing this. I have no idea whether this is efficient. I suspect this function is gonna need some perf optimizing. So probably we're gonna get stuck doing perf optimization tomorrow for a decent chunk of time. But, I mean, there's no reason why it should be slower in C than Python, obviously. It should be a little bit faster, in fact. So we should be able to hit well over 1 million steps per second. 1 million agent steps per second. Let's see. Maybe faster. Observations. And we forgot that we have more signatures to adjust. I really don't like the number of times you have to have like the top level boilerplate. But like some of that is a little outside of my control. Because like Python mandates a little bit of it. And like without Python we'd be having to write like the Python API. Which you clutter up your C. I don't know, maybe I'll try it, but I definitely wouldn't put it in the same file. It MOBA observations map. So this is observations. Yeah, there's so many different places where you have to do this stuff. Kind of disappointing. Allocate MOBA. Alright, and then... oh, well, this is gross. Times 4 plus 26, like this is what it should be. Now this is just observations. Getting close. not IDX. Okay, the policies actually work. It seems like they do the same thing as before. I mean, they're not amazing, but they weren't amazing to begin with, right? And he's still doing his thing. Let's see if he goes and uses some abilities. Yeah, look at that. Cool. So this guy is solid. Now let's see if we can get the Python version working. We did all of this so that the Python version would actually have the correct memory addresses and the observations, so we would get correct observation data. Okay. There we go. Very nice. All I gotta do is delete a bunch of garbage here. Really just these ones. Let's leave them for now, because I might need them. Let's just comment them. Because I did just mess with the neural net. So there is a chance I break shit. Right? Oops. Should be pretty close to working. Welcome, YouTube folks. Now this is a little concerning to me that it hasn't done stuff yet. Why would this be the case? It worked before, is it just not, Oh, wait. There's a window, but it's not working? Kind of confused what's happening. I swear this never works. The only thing that actually ever works is this, like, overkill command. That doesn't work? That's scary. Let's see if that was just something weird. Uh-oh. Can't get into my container there. Where's the process? Right here? 8877. Why can't I kill this process? Yeah, this is just not responding, right? I don't know how that's even possible. Literally, it's like freezing up my my terminal here. I'm trying to think how that's even possible here. Can I see this in Task Manager? No, I can't even see it here. Well, I can see it here, but it's just in vmem. I'm curious as to how that even happens, right? Python binding to C program is unkillable. Well, kill-9 does not actually work. Did I get the PID wrong or something? Oh, it says it's gone. But I still see it. I see it in the taskbar. Oh. Okay, there it goes. I guess it just took a second. Of course, now I have to immediately run it again, which is not amazing. But, I mean, what else am I supposed to do except hope that was just a weirdo? Ah. I don't even know how that's possible. Nine one three nine. I bound. Set a breakpoint there for when we eventually figure out how to kill this thing. Gotta hate unkillable processes. Yeah, see it like it gets this, it's stuck. How is there this thing, like this unreadable window? Right? That shouldn't be a thing. What if I sig V it? That work? No? Literally unkillable process. Kill all. Ray. Yeah, I've had to do a lot of kill all Ray in my time. Incredibly weird, though. This is not even being multi-processed. It's just for whatever reason, like I have this Python binding to this C code, and I don't know how, but it's like unkillable. It does eventually stop. Failed to resize TTY. What? But yeah, very weird. Okay, there we go. So now I have a breakpoint set at least, so we'll see when this happens. Does it happen immediately? Really? That doesn't make sense to me. It should not be able to happen immediately. I mean, we've made some code changes, I guess. Here. We'll mess with the C version that doesn't do this as soon as I fix this one. It stops using memory immediately. It stops, like, using compute, but it just sticks around there. And now it is lagging my Ubuntu. Lovely. Oh yeah, my Linux subsystem is locked up completely. So I guess we're gonna sit here waiting for it to decide to fix itself. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to reboot the whole machine. Well, I guess I could reboot WSL as well, couldn't I? I'm gonna give it a second first. I'm gonna give it a second first to see if it just decides to figure that. Doesn't look like it. Power. Okay, there we go. It's stuck. Did it literally not shut down WSL? I've seen a lot of crazy things in my time. Haven't seen that. Well, folks, I'm gonna have to... Oh, there we go. Works. Just as I was about to say, I had to reboot the machine. So this time we're gonna mess around in the C version for a bit and see if we can figure out what the heck is happening before we do that again. But sometimes development be like this. Now don't run the demo script. Okay. So we can see right here, this version is fine. Right? This version here is fine. So the underlying C code is good. Hold on. There's a weird free. I wouldn't think that that would do anything, but we can go check it out. Yeah, so this doesn't need to be freed. Oops. And there we go. This is back to the correct memory profile. These are internal mem leaks. Can't do anything about those. And I mean, I don't want to run the Python because we know what happens, but like, you know, what else do I do in this situation, right? Why the heck does the Python do this? I can make a standalone script, I guess, to try to test it. It's just very odd to me. Like, what the heck would cause this, right? There really shouldn't be... There shouldn't be anything capable of causing this. I mean, I can try to run it without rendering on, if I think it's the rendering. But I don't know if I think it is the rendering. I guess standalone script it is, right? It's so sketchy, though, because, like... I mean, I should at the very least be able to just instantiate this thing, right? I'm gonna have to do everything fully from scratch. Oops. Okay. Okay, let's see if this does anything. Test mobile. You even, wait, how do I even do this? Yeah, so here it's just m.actions. Right? So it's like 4. So does this do anything? Yeah, so that runs. Step. Oh, you do give it to actions like this, right? Hold on, there's this like weird gross thing here. Right? This equals 3. This could be causing it. Why? This should cause a seg fault. It shouldn't cause this. I guess it's undefined behavior. Still shouldn't be able to do this. Blah. So we just do like this, right? Stack. And then we do 9 times 6. 0. Equal. Alright, this is fine. And it's not .s type float 32. We can just do like this, right? We do step all. Step all could be weird. And we can do like this instead. That should maximize the chance of us not getting giga trolled by whatever the hell this bug is. Missing. Alright, we give it actions here. Did we not get? Could not broadcast. Oops. Pi. And then you actually don't have to give this any args because it has the data. Very nice. Test MOBA. Okay, so what we can do is, let's do like, for iron range of like 30. We'll see how this works. Works very nicely, right? Doesn't crash. Doesn't do anything stupid. Midpoint. Breakpoint. Let's see about this. Now, this is where the things can get stupid. Let me show you that we have a frame, right? This is a frame. Okay. If we don't put this breakpoint, what happens? If we don't put this breakpoint, okay, it like renders and then it goes, right? So we have something. It's not loading the shaders and stuff, which is why you can't see anything. So we'll have to fix the asset paths and such. But yeah, I'll be right back, and then we'll try to figure that out. We're making some decent progress, for sure. Okay. Well, we know why the paths are wrong here, right? The question is just why is it like this, right? Um, get well, duh, that's get current working directory. Not current working directory. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what's the easiest way to load files from the directory that this thing is in. Right? Without messing stuff up. Yeah, that's silly. Maybe I do want this. Maybe we do want this. Read link. The hell is this? No, I don't like this at all. Okay, let's see. This is relative to the current working directory is the annoying thing, right? Why does it do this? And why is this so obnoxiously silly? Shell out to Python and read standard. Wait, what? What are you talking about, that guy? I mean, the issue at the moment is just that I have. I mean, it's really dumb. I was gonna say, that didn't seem to make any sense. Like, the issue here is I have the C file, right? And I have the assets in the same folder. But then when it gets compiled by setup.py, it gets compiled from, like, the root directory of pufferlib or whatever. Which is really obnoxious. I mean, yeah, you can technically do that, but then this file doesn't, like, this thing doesn't build unless you, like, fuck with the paths. The easiest thing would just be to have, like, the, well, actually, no, the easiest thing wouldn't be to have, the absolute path if you think about it, right? Because, hold on. Yeah, no, it's the absolute path. That works. Easiest thing is to get the absolute path to the current directory. What's the issue? So I have a C file, right? It loads some assets, some PNGs and stuff, and it works fine. But then when you run this, when you compile this and run it from Python, the working directory is different because you're running from like wherever the hell the Python is. So then it's not finding those folders, right? It's not finding those assets. So like the easiest thing I could think to do would be to have the I mean, it should be the absolute path, right? Can you pass file as an argument? Technically, I guess. It's kind of silly though, isn't it? Not CWD. That shouldn't be a thing. You should just be able to get the path to the current file. Very silly. I mean, I have like... There are functions for this. I just think that they're too complicated for what they do. Like here. Like, what the hell is this? Yeah, I don't know. It's doing weird stuff. And what it is. And it's quite silly. I'm trying to think what I would want to do for this. I mean, even if I pass the path, I guess I have a text format thing that makes it slightly easier. Can I, hold on. Let's say I do want to pass the path, right? Let me see how obnoxious it is. Or, wrong file. Where am I? Answer OS dependent. I mean, by OS dependent, you mean Windows versus literally anything else. I mean, I could just use this and pass the path through this. It's very obnoxious. No, I mean, you really should. You should be able to run the C standalone from any directory. So I don't want to depend on this bullshit. We need to really just figure this stupid thing out and see. The hell? Oh, I guess this is a thing, right? This is so silly. Those are just so... It can't be this fucking stupid to have to load a file, right? It can't possibly be this stupid. There's gotta be a way that doesn't make you look like an imbecile. And come on, we're running a file from a different directory. Change the current. Yeah, so you do that and then you fuck over your packages. Like you fuck over all your other Python code. The GPU drive does this and it makes it uninstallable with pip. I guess technically you're not gonna run the program from a different directory, right? Can I just Python or syspath as needed? Yeah. Does that even propagate to the C code? I don't know if that even propagates to the C code. I'll try cispathepent real quick. Are you running from subprocess or multiprocessing? It might. Can we not just do this? Hold on. What if I do this, right? Um, self.module. What if I do this? Nope. Why doesn't that work? Syspath. Fuck. I thought you could do that. Yeah, that we're not doing this. This is disgusting. Plus ultra. Can we do this though? That still doesn't do shit. Still black screen. How obnoxious can this be, right? That's just incredibly obnoxious. Do I really just, I guess I have to just pass the fucking directory to see, right? And then I have to conditionally apply it if I'm like, syspath. Okay. And I just add the folder to path before C binding. This is disgusting. Yeah, this is just spamming garbage. Don't bother checking ChatGPT, it's always wrong. Literally always wrong. I mean, I didn't expect this to be the thing to get stuck on, right? It really doesn't feel good either to like have to change the C code. The C is nice and simple. It should just be eh. And this is not it. Can we do like this? Oh, I know what happened. What? How does this still not work? I guess this is like... Yeah, this is not path. It's like, it's basically you need like a fucking sim link or something, don't you? Oh, this is brainless. I mean, technically, If we're gonna be just really stupid about things, right? If we just want to be really stupid here, can't we just, like, work? Or I can't freaking paste stuff from this. If we're gonna be just really dumb. Oops. Can't we do this? Why use pathlib? Does that help you when you're loading stuff in C? Is it set current working directory? Is it chdir? Path. Can I do this and be really stupid? How do you get the current module from Python? That should work in Python. Don't have full docs or stuff. Like, it's ridiculous that ChatGPT has, like, better docs because they're just not anywhere. They're like some obscure page on the internet. Underscore file. What if we just do underscore file? Try this. What? Simoba. What the hell? Is what you're trying to do get the abs? Well, what I'm trying to do is I have assets that need to be loaded in C. And in C, you specify the relative path to them, which is what you would always do. But because this thing gets built by Python and it gets imported and like called from separate places, it doesn't work. So I'm trying to make the C path actually work. It's driving me nuts. What the hell is this, right? Oh, this thing just screwed up is all. Driving me nuts. Driving me nuts. You get stuck on the simplest things, right? So let's do it. Not function. How is this still not loading successfully? Wait, we're loading the shaders. Wait, we're loading stuff successfully now, but it's not showing up. Oh wait, hold on. Am I just like incredibly dumb? Wait, hold on. Let me just try something. Maybe this is something completely different. No, that did make a difference. So here it failed to open everything. And then when I did this stuff here, right? It just screws up on the shaders. Map shader. Why is it loading the wrong shader? Oh, the platform variable's not defined. Hold on. We know how to fix this. Let's see if this does it. Finally. Fucking A. That is so stupid. That is just so stupid how long that took. Cool. Tick. 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 Recompile. Then we'll actually get to clean this stuff up a bit. Alright, so here's the env. Oh, it's random action, so that's fine. Yeah, but you can see it's smooth. Which is very nice. How fast is this, I wonder? We'll have to do perf test later, but yeah, that gives us the environment rendering. Now we had some odd weird reports of stuff, I think, in the compute obs functions. Let's go see if we can actually run the demo. Okay. Well, I don't know what was cursed with this, but it seems like whatever we just did fixed some stuff. So let's try this again, maybe? Seems we don't have control. We gotta expose variables and stuff, but yeah. That is kind of bound. Makes sense. Now they move at the correct speed as well. And then total towers taken. I think the only stats that you really need is, the only stats you really need here from the environment itself are this, right? You just need these. We just do like at property total. Like this. Close. This is not an allocated MOBA, this is just MOBA. We also haven't defined it here, so we need to define. Yeah. So much work on this. Alright, so here's our environment. Running random actions. See if we can load a policy. Look at that. And we load the policy. They don't look particularly smart. But they do things. Oh, these buttons do work. So our view buttons work. We can look at any of them. That's cool. They just need to be doing stuff. I call that a success. I call that a success for sure. We really need to train some new policies on this. I think the cluster is still down, right? It came back up. Oh, what? Nathan posted new env? What is this? Wait, what? Highway? Huh. Coding some random things. Cool. That's cool to see. I have no idea what that is, but... So, we should probably figure out how fast this thing is, huh? Let's do that. hell's wrong with this? Why can't I see the freaking syntax error? Stupid. There we go. All right. I don't like that it loads Raylib even when I don't render. Okay, so according to this runs at 240,000 steps per 204,000 steps per second on my desktop, which I believe is quite a bit slower than the Python version. So we'll have to figure out where I'm dropping performance there. Let me think. Yeah, I'll have to figure out where we're dropping performance. Oh, also though, technically, is this? No, it should be faster than that, I believe. Should be faster than that. So we'll have to profile and do stuff on that, but it's not horrid. It's not horrible. Let's see if my cluster is up or not. Let's see if the cluster is open. Oh yeah, wait, the cluster is up. So we should be able to do some stuff. Let me make sure we can actually train on this. How big is this? We do 8 by 8, so 1600 Ms. Seems like that's a lot. What happens if I do 30? Let's see what happens. Takes forever to initialize, which it shouldn't. We might have to initialize render at yeah, we might have to do some stuff here. It's funny, I'm like very dissatisfied with the bindings between Python and C. I'm very happy with the Python and Puffer. I'm very happy with the C and Puffer, not happy with the interoperability of the two. Like, what is this, right? I assume it's like making the environments or something, right? Okay. One end. Let's see what happens. There we go. .1K steps per second is too slow. Say 4 Ms. And then, what do we say? 512, so 64 Ms. Takes too long to initialize. No reason that the M should take any real amount of time to initialize like this. I guess it's having to do, well, no, it shouldn't have to do any file I/O, right? Should be no file I/O involved. Very awkward that it's like, it's still not. Really. Maybe 32. We're gonna have to look at the initialization time now and figure out what's happening, because this doesn't make any sense. Hey, welcome. Yes. Why Linux? Yeah, I mean, that's gotta be a joke, right? You gotta be nuts doing stuff not on Linux. Well, this is weird. It initializes 1, 2, 4, or 8 environments fast, and then it just hangs on 16. How does that make any sense? I don't think what this would even be. You make more than 8 M's, it just doesn't work. What data are they sharing? I mean, I'm technically giving them the same AI pathing data, but they're not writing to it. It shouldn't be locked or anything, right? And plus, they're on a single process. Oh wait, buff observations right here. Yeah, this is wrong, isn't it? Where this is pointer colon end. It's gotta be this, right? But I don't know why that would make it fail. Yeah, no. That doesn't make it fail. Okay. Interesting. So it gets 14 M's in, and then it breaks on the reset. That's very weird. I'm trying to think if there's anything where I could have like the indices wrong. M's. No, I have agents. I mean, I would get like a bounds error in Python if I gave it the wrong index. Is this like memory somehow? It shouldn't be able to be, right? I don't know why these processes get like backgrounded either. Where's the obnoxious one? I swear this is the only one that ever works, and it's too obnoxious to remember. See? Works. So... $100. Is there a while loop somewhere that can be infinite? Oh, I know. That's really awkward, isn't it? I know what it is. Yeah, that's silly. I was overwriting the same map repeatedly. So there's a rare condition. You can technically infinite loop in the environment if there's nowhere to spawn. And I was filling up all the spawn positions because I was writing everything, all the different environments onto the same map. I'm pretty sure. No? It says no? We're still looping here? I could have sworn that would have been it. Oh, wait, it errored, so it didn't... Okay, we'll try this. There we go. Perfect. So now we no longer have the issue. And we can do... crazy fast. 0.2 seconds for even 512 of them. What do we think about memory usage? Let's take a look at memory usage, right? $1.6, right? 0.7. Nah, like they use like no memory. They're great. We are perfectly set up here. They really shouldn't consume much memory. Nice to see that they actually don't. So now I should be able to, well, first of all, M's 200. Oops, 10 times M's, right? And then this is going to be 10 times M's times I. Let's see if this is faster. Okay, there we go. That's a lot closer to the original performance. Typically, the puffer boxes are like a good 2.5 times faster than this box. So this is about close to the original million steps per second. We'll have a couple little optimizations to do. You know, I missed a couple things while doing the port. But yeah, there we go, right? That is fast. That is like incredibly fast. That's like, how is the environment that fast, right? Maybe. Let's order some food real quick on the side, and then I will keep working on this until it gets here. That's what we'll do today. I want to check one thing on Twitter first. If we got any cool messages. Nothing crazy. Some food. What do I get here? Cool. We're good. So let's go back to the train config. Because now we know we can do some crazy things, right? See, can we run the full config already, or are we gonna OOM ourselves? We probably shouldn't, right? We just confirmed that they take no memory. The default config is like 200 per core. 200 Ms is like 0.1 seconds to initialize on each core independently. Oh, look at that. That is the startup time for running 1,000,000 steps as well. 130K local. Boom. Run C now. Very nice. So there are a couple things that we want to do here. First of all, there's a lot of stuff to commit, isn't there? Let's do this first so we don't lose stuff. I'm pretty happy with that. I think what we need to do is where's the ELO? There was something I messed up when I did these ELO calcs, I believe. Double check one thing. I want to check that, I think there was a PR that I gotta merge. 1 second. Looks like they added a couple things. I'll get it's fine for now. We'll just fix, there's one thing I wanted to fix, which is that I wanted to randomize the team that this is on. Right now it's just like it puts your team on Radiant 100% of the time. I think that that is going to be... That might be a thing for tomorrow, though. I think we just get this thing running for now. Here. Tch, 2,200 lines. Need game map.h. The heck was puffernet.pix? I wasn't Scythonizing that. Is there a puffernet.pix? I guess there is, actually, isn't there? We just do a little bit of hygiene. Do we not have Raylib here? I guess we gotta download Raylib. Until we make it a standalone. .6 megabytes. That's so funny. Did I do this in the wrong one? I totally just did this in the wrong one. Damn it. Hello. You trained the strongest model and loaded it into 10 bots in the demo. Even the red team. So here's the thing. We've had better models. One, the last experiment sweep had a couple janky things that we need to fix. And two, there's some minor differences between the env before and after I ported it, and probably a couple unintentional differences. So it's technically being put into an environment that's not exactly matching the one it was trained in, and there are probably some weird bugs. So yeah, the models in there at the moment, they're not very good at all. We will be upgrading them. And I just now, like literally right now, I got it to the point where we can train, ostensibly at least, we should be able to train directly on the C version of the environment. So we're going to train some models, we're going to run some hyperparameter sweeps, and we're going to refine our training pipeline a little bit, and then we'll get better and better models. But the cool thing is now that this env is in C, it's very, very quick for us to port new models over to the C build, which is pretty cool. Whereas before it was like I couldn't put them online, or, you know, it was completely separate. Now, if you want to do, if you take the blue models, by the way, so if you take the blue agents and if you just get them unstuck, here, let me show you something. So first of all, we've got this new site, .gg, for this. And if I get the agents unstuck, right? So here, we'll follow this one, and you'll see that they get stuck. But like if I just switch to this agent here, and now you can see I got this one unstuck. Watch, they actually do reasonable things. Like they just don't know that the terrain is where it is. So like you see it just dashed in, and now it's going to use its AoE to clear these minions and clear the tower. So like it's learned to do a couple things. Like they actually do learn to use their abilities and stuff. And I have charts from the hyperparam sweeps that can show you that like they're actually effectively learning to use all their abilities and such. But like there's some bugs and some things that are going to need to be fixed for this. Also, the snake model on the website is really stupid. I dumbed that one down because I didn't have convnets and LSTMs implemented in C when I made that. So we're going to upgrade the AI for the snake as well pretty soon. I got to figure out like a cleaner way of doing this, like, you know, Python to like C to Python to Python binding stuff though, because right now there's a lot of just jank overhead associated with like getting the env to play nice with Puffer and also run in native C. Like the Python stuff, super simple and easy. The C stuff, super simple and easy. Getting those two things to work together is a pain. That's the current state of things. And hey, we're looking for people to build more of these environments. So if anybody, if you know, if you want to like build some cool stuff, learn some AI, well, I don't know what your experience is with RL, but like if you want to like learn some cool high perf sim dev, we have people building and contributing a few of these at the moment in the Discord. It's a good time. Let's see how fast this goes. I gotta add this. Wait, what? Did it not build or something? What's wrong? Builds. Okay, here we go. So now we have it training on the C version of the environment at 400K. 400K steps per second. Should be about the same as what it was before. You can see it's learning as well. Very nice. So, we're gonna risk... We're going to risk doing this. See? Cool. This probably won't be an amazing sweep, but I figured we'd just get something running today. Most likely it'll crash on some like weird edge condition, but at least that'll help us find one bug. And, you know, maybe that'll help us find one bug or something. So we'll see. Very unlikely that I've just made this port perfectly on the first training run. But hey, who knows? Maybe it's good. I think we should be fairly happy overall with this, though. I think we're going to call it for tonight, because my food's going to be here in a bit. I got a couple quick little things to do around the house. And I'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow I think we get to do more experimental side stuff, and we also get to we'll also get to figure out if we can clean stuff up. And like I really want to make it easy for people to make and bind these environments. So I really want to clean that up and make it very simple. Like this site needs to have, like I want this site to be the go-to place for RL environments. You know? Like we have these couple. I want to add a few like Atari remakes that are way faster. I want to add some grid environments. I just want to add tons of stuff here. It's like, hey, all the environments that you would ever want for reinforcement learning research, they run at a million plus steps per second per core. They run on the web if you want them to. They're incredibly easy to use and install, right? This should just be the state of research. And we're very, very close to making that happen. And I think once we do that, like, the field is just going to accelerate so quickly, just based off of that speed difference and that usability difference. So anyways, thanks for dropping by. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Good night.